Okay. I feel like you're very far on the other side of the room, but hello and welcome. A couple things. You guys know where the restrooms are in your space as well as up here if you need to. Drinks are in the fridge if you would like anything. We've got the owls, which we're taking recommendations for names for the owls if you guys want to chime in on that. The speakers are there. I think that's everything. The only change to the agenda, Janine, is I know that you requested for your team to go first because you have a presenter. I just didn't reflect that in the agenda, but of course you guys can go first.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
What's the Harry Potter owl name?
Good. Noted. Thank you. Thank you.
That's the owl, famous owl.
I don't know that there are many things. No, one suggestion was Olive for the owl, Olive, Harold, and Frank. And Frank. So yes. Owl. Hi, I'm talking. Currently, they're out 1 and 2.
Are we ready to start?
Yeah.
Just wanted to let you know that we have 2 team members that aren't present today. Mike Skillfield's not here and Karen Perez.
And we also have one teammate who will not be joining us for the remainder of bargaining unless when we start again in the fall. Lauren did not have her baby yet, but she is no longer going to be joining us for
I thought you were going to say she had her baby.
No, not yet. Yeah. Soon, but
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. We're going to start with Article 9, and we just need to pass those around. And it's actually attached to Article 9 as Appendix G.
okay.
Does everybody have a copy? Okay. I turn it over to Matt.
Got it. I'm going to actually Article 9. There's a couple of us that are breaking that up. I'm going to take it's basically page 1, A 1 and 2, and then I'm going to turn it over to Lori, and then we're flipping to Shirley, and then I'm going to pick up the end with Appendix G. Okay. Everyone have it? Got it. So a couple things in here. First of all, accepted some proposed language. You can see up front several of those pieces in there that we both either cross out the restorative or staff guidance, those pieces in there. The first change, I think, and please feel free to correct me if I somehow missed some change, but we're proposing that they're in the, what is that, the second sentence, removal from class as outlined in Article 9, just to leave it general. We found that there was lots of little pieces throughout the article that are somehow attached to with students removing. So rather than try and label out all the subparagraphs, we just said in accordance with the entire article. We thought that would make it more comprehensive and a little bit easier. Again, accepting the work site, the student, again, staff. Let's see, one piece in there, you proposed in writing with the review. We thought that there was lots of ways that staff do review and discuss that, so we didn't feel like it was necessary to maintain the in writing. We agree with the mid-year should happen at the beginning, so you can see that I think that's just a direct accepting of language, or at least the concept there within the first month of the second semester. If we go down into the second paragraph, we're proposing actually combining two, what in your proposal you had broken out imminent threat and the student disruption. We put them together, and our thinking was, as we started to analyze how staff and administrators respond to those the response is the same across the board. And so we thought it made more sense to clarify, to put them together, because the paragraph would end up being almost identical for both. So with that in mind there, initially you had proposed scratching the part of that very first sentence, student behavior poses an imminent threat to the health and safety. And I think that we thought that was just because we pulled it apart. So we think it should remain if put back together. We're adding or suggesting that we base all of this on, always go back to the student conduct plan, which should happen in every building and be posted and discussed. So you can see that we added a reference there near the end of the second sentence. And then we agreed upon, I believe, the scratch out there. Bargaining unit, right? There's the second piece in this paragraph that I'd like to call attention to is we added in that phrase, seek assistance to escort. We still think it's unsafe to just remove a student without some sort of escort there. So, but we know that cannot always happen immediately. So we thought the term seek assistance made sense. And then right below that, I mean, and yours, we've already talked about the extremely disruptive behavior, but since we combined it again, you can see we put imminent threat or extremely disruptive behavior in there. And then the next larger chunk, the last two sentences that we're proposing, the first sentence is basically accepting your language there around, yes, a bargaining member may remove student. We added some clarification, some follow-up to that we'd like to propose here around when it comes time to return to class, we recognize that there has to be some communication there. Teachers have to have an understanding, even if the issue is not fully resolved at that point, and there needs to be some, we thought, provide information, capture that, because didn't want to get too specific, but communication between the teacher and the administrator designee around that and what the follow-up would be around re-entry to the classroom. And I don't know, we'll stop for questions or just move on to Lori in the next section. Yes, ma'am.
I have one question. So the sentence reads, when an administrator designee determines the student will return to class, they will provide information to the bargaining unit member upon the student transferring to the classroom. What information were you imagining would be included?
Well, we thought certainly some immediate, even if it can't be in great detail at that point, of what actions were taken by the administrator. Often, at least in our experiences, we started thinking about there's communication to parents. There could certainly be the scheduling some sort of, we've used the terms in the past, restorative practice meetings, but we're trying to get away from that sort of title. But so that was a term we kind of landed on to try and be general enough, knowing we couldn't probably predict all of it. Happy to continue to talk about that.
So would the disclosure of any single piece of that information be enough to satisfy the terms of this? Or is it as much information as you had in that moment? I guess it's just what's the threshold for having to satisfy the language?
In our conversation, it was more of everything that we had at that moment, right? Let's say, well, it can't wait till full resolution on something. Sometimes it could take if the parent needs to be involved, it could be a week. So, right, you don't want to hold the kid out that long. But you certainly want to provide everything you've done to, like, I could imagine myself in this scenario. I'd say, okay, this student's returning to class. Here's some of the consequences that we're going to be dealing with. I've reached out to the parent, expect that we'll probably talk about it. It'd be as much as I can provide at that time. Again, I don't think we're completely sold on that particular word, but we're trying to convey that we know communication and understanding needs to happen rather than a kid just walking back into class with no clue after they've been disruptive or threatened somebody like that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
We also talked about how that information could include some supports that the students might need upon reentry, whether that's let's not talk about it anymore and move on, fresh start. Or if there's something else that the teacher and the student can be doing together.
Okay. So these all sound like important practices, but I think you're right. We might need to continue to refine this language to see what the minimum threshold is. So,
Got it.
but thank you.
Okay, so my section is number 3, A and D, administrative support. We really tried to focus in this section on the student conduct plan, as each building, has a context in which there are supports and responses. And so we proposed, to scratch that first, to not accept that first paragraph, but kind of combine them into section 2. So we did A as behavioral support requests. And the reason for this is because usually a referral is just that, a request for some sort of a support system to happen for that student. And because of the lack of a common idea about what a referral looks like, we refer that back to the student conduct plan. So when in the judgment of the bargaining unit member, a behavioral support request is necessary, the bargaining unit member shall communicate per the worksite student conduct plan the facts of the situation and the request for administrative action to be taken. And then we accepted your language about it being in writing within 2 work days. And then for B, we talked about follow-up support rather than a reentry conversation. Because again, it depends on whether or not that student would be reentering at that time. And there's a myriad of different examples where follow-up should need to happen. So upon the request of the bargaining unit member or administrator or designee after a student has been removed, the administrator shall schedule a follow-up conversation. The impacted bargaining unit member shall not facilitate this conversation unless they choose to do so. This part is also part of your proposal. So, and just then asking that all relevant parties be present, particularly the case managers, if the student has one. And then in that second paragraph in B, when a bargaining unit member removes all students from their classrooms, otherwise known as a room clear, or clearing a room so that children can be safe. 2 other districts face in response to imminent threat or extremely disruptive behavior, they shall receive support to prepare their learning space for students. So again, that could be addressed in the student conduct plan as to what the plan and procedures for that based on building context. And then we talked a lot about a managed form, a district managed form, and how difficult that may be and how much time, energy, money, and PD would be involved in something like that. So we thought one way to address the reporting of staff injury is to make sure that that happens through the safety reporting, incident reporting link that exists already, and that would be then discussed and reported at the building's safety committee. So that addresses the reporting where it's documented in BSD and for the building.
Are there any questions before moving forward? Not right now.
Oh, did you want to? Yeah, well, yeah, I did have a quick, just for me to understand
Sure.
the sort of import of this proposal. How often do worksite committee meetings happen, and is that a universally practiced thing across the district? It's about a month, I think, monthly, weekly, monthly, I think.
They're required to be monthly, yeah, safety committee meetings.
Great. Okay, now we're continuing on with 3C, behavioral information. They're bringing back proposed language that initially we had proposed. Starting off with, we are accepting bargaining unit. And then if you look at what we crossed out, members with concerns about students with behavioral or health issues shall contact a building administrator. We're proposing to clarify some of that language to include that any bargaining unit member that has any questions regarding the student's behavioral plan or health plan to contact the case manager and the building administrator. And then for 3D, we're accepting bargaining unit. For 3E, we're accepting your proposed language for worksite, and then we capitalize student conduct plan, and additionally accepted bargaining unit members. F, we had agreed to remove it previously, but we just passed it out.
Thank you.
On to appendix G.
Yes, please.
And I believe it's already been, gotten that one in and one.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so in Appendix G, it was mostly trying to clean up formatting, up front of the say. You'll see that, multiple sections, we just tried to start every section of that in the same way as in this section will articulate or classify or provide. Because the appendix basically lays out the components which should be included in a school's behavior plan. So just know that that's the general rule of what we're trying to do here. Though, in addition to that, the second one under behavioral expectations, you'll see again, crossed out the reference to restorative practices and then that follow-on sentence to try and describe those efforts rather than use the term restorative practices. The one below that, the levels of support, again, other than changing the way that the paragraph opens up, including the idea of that the plan should speak to the supports that are available to teachers. And so we were proposing adding that as an element that should be spoken to there. It's actually the fourth one down, referring student behavior. You'll notice in there that, again, we use the term behavioral support request and crossed out student referrals. Referral seems to be a term that causes confusion or is seen in different ways in different schools. So we tried to figure out how do we get to the same concept without labeling it referral, which causes confusion. Came up with the idea of the behavioral support requests. And then in the right below there where we added in or designate, just recognizing that if those who are typically involved with dealing with student behavior are out of the building, that there should be some sort of designated person that staff know that they can speak to while the primary principal, vice principal, whatever is away. Down to the next one, communicating outcomes. Just again, the reference to referral in that paragraph, we thought we could write it a little bit cleaner and clearer there. Thus the addition there of this section will provide information concerning and goes on from there. And we tried to call out some of what we were just talking about, the kind of information and that should be communicated, even if not immediately, should be part of the plan. Flipping over to the second page, the one on safety reporting, we just thought, you know what, it's all about reporting injuries, just clean cut, just scratch out everything, but speak to the expectations around reporting injuries. That should be addressed in that paragraph whenever the school is developing their plan. Nothing but a formatting on the process of notifying staff, simply trying to start that paragraph in the same way that the others are. And then again, with a final paragraph of review and revision process, simply trying to give the document a little bit better flow. You'll notice then, well, I guess there it is, the back page there, the old format then took every one of those headers and just reprinted them almost like it was a template. But we started talking about that doesn't make sense because no school then pulls out the agreement and then somehow photocopies that and then writes on it. So it did not make much sense to us. We thought all of that can be eliminated. You already have each of the pieces that should be included in the plan, and that's all a school leadership team would need to develop their plan. Any questions?
I do have a question really quick. So I guess both in Appendix G as well as in Article 9, your explanation for removing the word referral is because of the confusion at what a referral is.
Right.
And around the district at a variety of levels. So why wouldn't you want to clarify what a referral is instead of just removing that from district language?
It seemed to be creating an issue that doesn't need to exist at all. All buildings have some way that a staff communicates. Like in mine, it's all electronic. We don't use the term referral at a low high school. So rather than try and here's a word that all should use, and here's what it means. Develop a language that whatever that process is within that building, here's the elements of which should exist in that process. So to us, it just seemed like, why go round and round what referral means, or try and teach parts of the system what we want them to think about when we use the word referral, rather than just address the issue. Here's how you identify student behavior that are concerned and trigger intervention by the administrative group.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Matt, can I add to that? I think the team also thought that behavior support request, just those words were descriptive, or more descriptive maybe than student referral, because of the pieces that Matt brought out. So.
I have one more question. While looking at Appendix G, which is specific to the student conduct plan, as well as Article 9, there's some items in the student conduct plan that we feel should have district-wide expectations. So not necessarily something that would live in a student conduct plan that is at the building level, but specific to district expectations. Just some feedback. I guess there really isn't a question in that, just more of a
No, but
statement.
I hear you, and I think if we could get what you think those ideas or concepts are, maybe even in your town or some proposed language around, we think this is something that should be considered maybe district-wide language, then we could look at that, and then maybe not necessarily a template at the end, but if we ended up agreeing on something like that, we could say, you know, this particular language topic issue should be spelled out in this particular way, regardless of building, something along those lines.
Okay.
So we look forward to hearing your thoughts on that.
Thank you. I think that's it for our questions.
Okay. Just want to say that four of our members just showed up, Karen, Buzz, and Shauna Cattell. Okay, we're going to move on to 11. Brian and T. There's passing out.
So as 11's going around, just a reminder on 11, this is our initial presentation on 11. So it's kind of a combination of an initial proposal and a response proposal. That makes sense. We've not yet proposed on Article 11. It was an article that we were going to be opening on our own. So there's new pieces here that we're coming forward, and then also a consideration of your proposal as well.
Thank you.
Everybody have that? Okay. I'm gonna start out, and then other folks are gonna jump in and help me out with this one. It does include a fairly different concept than has been present before, so I want to give that as much explanation as it deserves. First of all, kind of comparing with your proposal in A4, there was just a swap to bargaining unit member, and then we did agree to add from a location of their choice. So it would be that members, those 4 grade assessment days, the grade student work and grade report cards would be from a location of the member's choice. So that is new. A5, this is a piece that we were bringing forward as an initial proposal. One of the things that we heard loudest from administrators was feeling like they did not have enough time to deliver the kind of growing list of professional development that has to be delivered. And so we are proposing a new breakdown of those 8 staff workday professional development days, 5 hours, and lunch would come out of that. So it's 4.5 hours. And then member directed time would go to 3. And I'm wondering if anybody on our team could talk about some of the specific kind of drivers behind that, or the information that we're kind of feeling pressure to present.
I can really speak of high schools. Yes, you're right. There's a growing list of PD to deliver. The other huge pressure point for us is structured collaboration among teachers. I don't have the time to give teachers the collaboration that they need. I can tell you that I currently do not feel, and I know I'm speaking for my peers, I do not have the time currently to make the kinds of improvements that we all want at Low High School happen in constraints that I have with time.
And if we're thinking about next year, thinking about how to support teachers when it comes to giving them the PD that they've been asking for, the training they've been asking for, when you have students in front of them that are looking more and more different as far as the spectrum of needs they have. You have students on this side and on this end of the spectrum, and they've been asking for PD around differentiation, around scaffolding, all of that. And I think TNL is in a place where we hear that loud and clear. And one of our priorities next year will be implementing FTSS. But with that, we need teachers. They need to be able to collaborate together. They need PD around data, around protocols, around looking at data, specifically how to use data, how to help those students, and how to come together to make those moves, as Matt said, the principal to make the leadership moves, but teachers to have that time together to actually talk about students, to say, are you seeing what I'm seeing? And there isn't time, and I think this allows an opportunity to create that space and that time that I think that's really needed.
Only if you have, you can feel free to jump in.
The only other thing I'll add is just thinking about this and thinking about the need for some professional development time. Appreciate hearing, that teachers are asking for certain things. And I just wanted to bring out some efforts of the district that we know we've been working on, some systematic efforts. For example, language arts, English language proficiency adoption. We know we're working on MTSS, a multi-tiered student support system, and some collective and systematic assessments. Those things, they don't just happen because you made this system. You need to be able to train people, support people professionally to implement. And then we have expansion of dual language. And as you know, we have a new schedule at middle school where we're going to need to support our staff in understanding how that can work together. And then we hear a lot about SEL and just a need for more work with SEL. And I think we've also acknowledged that the equity modules, again, that's sounds like a lot. It is a lot. It feels like a lot. And it feels like it's all important. So those are some of the reasons we felt like there really is a need to be creative and expand the ability to be able to support teachers in this way.
Thanks. Before I move on to the next piece of language we're proposing to add, just wanted to note, we did not pick up your proposed language in what would have been 5B about having that professional development calendar by the preceding June 1. And Lori, I didn't know you were one person who I thought was maybe you could talk a little bit about the difficulty that would pose.
I think since we have TOSAs, especially now with the new ELA adoption, we have people working on professional development, and there's just no way that we're going to be able to get that calendar out. I think the other thing is that we continue our discussions about priorities throughout that last couple of weeks of school. And so to have a deadline that's before we're able to have that conversation with staff seems impossible. We really value the input that we get from our teachers around planning for the year. And then as things come up, we often have to change and be flexible and pivot our plan. So we want to be able to do that as needs arise in the building.
Thank you. Moving on to A6, you'll see what would be a fairly significant shift. There's been a lot of conversation among district leadership about moving to a late start or early release model. Many districts have that model. Many of your surrounding districts have it. I want to first be clear that this is not something we're proposing to start next year. It would require more of a runway than that. And so what we're looking here for is language that would allow that to happen within the term of the contract. And our goal in kind of A, B, that follows that, A, B, and C, and D is to account for that, the switch of time, because what obviously that late start results or early release results in a loss of student instruction time, it results in a need to modify the calendar. So before I get to the specifics of it, I thought, I think Susan, you and Veronica were going to talk a little bit, some of the why behind, this potential late start, early release being discussed.
And the reiteration of what I said earlier and what Susan brought up around teachers needing collaboration time around either MTSS, in this case, VLA adoption and CEL PD. I don't know if there's anything else it's everything that should.
Yes, it's very similar to what has been said, but it was just the need to try to be innovative about how to embed some time that is not currently embedded. We've tried in various ways, and some sites have been more successful than others to embed time for teacher collaboration. But when you don't have a systematic way to do that, then it's problematic because we're not all working in alignment with one another. So again, we recognize that this is not about the details necessarily of what the late start or early release would look like, because there's a lot of work to do about that. But this is a way of trying to put some language in the contract that protects teacher-directed time while trading off time to also protect instructional time. And so that was our hope, is that in putting this in here and having it as a choice, because you'll notice we didn't take out section A. Section A stands, but should we go to a late start or early release, these are the parameters in place to protect the current amount of teacher-directed time and to ensure that we don't lose instructional time for students. So we're really trying to do this in a broad strokes way, just a logistics way, to allow the district to be able to work together with our community and with our employees if we determine that a late start or early release is something we're serious about.
Thanks, Susan. So the first thing you see in 6A, we have to account for the loss of student instructional time that would occur from a weekly late start or early release. And so by our calculation, if we're looking at those 8 days that occur in A5, 3 of those would have to become student instructional days in order to account for that loss of time. Bringing the modification to A1 to 177 days. So that's the first thing we're looking at. How do we recoup that instruction time? Then we start talking about how do we recoup the other time that previously is represented in A5. So by our calculations then, 2 of those prior 8 days will become exclusive staff work days. So the entirety of the day would be a staff directed day for 2 of those. So that brings us to 5 of them. The other 3 would remain the current breakdown in A5, the current split of time. And that's represented simply by the all other days described in section A5 shall remain unchanged. So that would be the remaining 3. In order to account and make sure that we're not then losing staff directed time that currently appears in A5, by our calculation, 4 of those late start or early release periods would need to be reserved solely for staff planning purposes. So staff directed work purposes. So otherwise we were coming short in that transition of time over. And so that's what you see in D there, is that for the late start or the release periods, each year shall be identified by the district as reserved for staff planning purposes to be used at the discretion of the bargaining unit member. So I think, as Susan said, trying to account for student instructional time and not wanting to lose any student instructional time, trying to account for what is currently set out as staff directed work time and trying to have that be equivalent. I'm going to stop there in case there are questions.
Can I just ask a quick clarifier? Can you restate how many late starts you're basing this on? You're
So-
trying to add.
I think it's a 1 a week model.
I wasn't a part of the EA team last time this was visited, so this is an honest question. Is there some sort of imagination around the split between employer directed and individual directed, knowing that it's an assumption of 1 per week? Is it 50-50 split? Is it, I know that there's the 4 pieces carved out in D,
Yeah,
and I'm clarifying the remainder.
I think that the remainder would be primarily, from what I'm hearing, staff collaboration time with some professional development time. Is that true, Veronica?
Yes. And who directs the collaboration time?
Yes, yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
It is, the concept is staff collaboration, but administrator directed. I want to be careful that we say that clearly.
I appreciate the clarification. Okay, so admin directed collaboration and or professional learning time, is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions on this piece?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Realizing that it takes time to digest, and still feel free to ask more questions, obviously, as we, after caucus or. Moving forward in this proposal, you had a proposed addition in B1, and I think Shirley, you were going to speak to that if you don't mind.
Yes. Before I get started, we have teachers on there by accident. We are accepting your proposed language bargaining unit members. And then, we didn't pick up the CTP and ACE after elementary and middle school. Currently we have an MOU for CTP and ACE for any conferences or events that they do for during the fall or spring. And we plan to continue to work through the MOU each year. And continuing on to C, emergency closure. Brian, do you want to?
Yeah, I guess the last piece on B1, we would like to hear more. You had some language change there, participate to offer and taking out a parent in front of conferencing. I couldn't recall what the rationale was for that. Was it just editorial? Was there substance behind that? I couldn't remember that proposal.
I think our reasoning behind that is that it is not always a parent that would come to that conference.
I
And we
see.
wanted to make sure that it was open to all people that were participating.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. Emergency closure, felt like C1 needed a clarifier there that, and actually, you had, before I get to ours, you had proposed due to inclement weather, unsafe day conditions as defined in Article 8.1 or other emergencies. I think Article 8 is one that we're still bargaining. We felt like other emergencies was pretty global and would kind of cover any other time we were closing. So we didn't pick up your proposed change. It felt like that concept was incomplete without saying employees shall not lose any pay. I know that's what the practice and expectation is, but felt like it was somewhat unclear. We are proposing a change in C2. Right now, the district and the board is limited to how it makes up days. We have a weather event to only those days that are needed to meet ODE minimums. I think for us, that kind of sets minimum as a standard, which, we've set perhaps more instructional time than the minimum for the year. And it may be that the district wants to recoup as much of that as possible. We also have scenarios where the high school could be below minimums and the elementary not, which poses some question about how that language is currently written would apply. And so we're simply proposing that in the event of inclement weather emergency closures, the days may be made up. It's very likely that the board would not choose to make up where we had one day. This year being an example, I think you had 3 days lost, if I'm correct. ODE gave you a waiver for 2 days, and then the additional day was not made up, correct? One was a PD day or some other type of day. Yeah. So it's a may, not a will. And then the final piece is an agreement with your proposal in C3. Remote work instead of remote learning made more sense in the context of the collective bargaining agreement, so we picked up that change. Yeah. Go for it.
So before we finish this article, I just want to go back to our new section A6, B. So the 2 of the 8 staff development professional workdays shall be converted exclusively to staff workdays. And we want to be in alignment with our earlier language, expecting that they can work from a location of their choice. So since those days are full teacher work days, or they're not a split, we left that off, but they would also be able to work in location of their choice. And we'll fix that over. Thank you.
I do have one question, and it goes back to the language with CTP and ACE. Can you explain to me why you would prefer to do an MOU every single year instead of adding the language in that would address the MOU?
Because we don't necessarily always do conferences. So for example, CTP, instead of spring conferences, does a post-transition information night. ACE does have conferences. So then the MOU would address, instead of having a conference, that we're able to do events. And that might change over the years if it evolves to something else from a post-transition night, and having that access to change.
Okay, so am I understanding correctly, then it's just the language around the conference that is the concern?
I think it's the flexibility.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. We do have another vote. We want to bring that back after we caucus. If you guys want to have yours, we have 10, but we have to caucus.
Yes, indeed.
Not sure where our articles are. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Sorry. And then you were on for a stack of blue. Apologies. We're gonna start with 17. When? Sorry, I was looking.
But you're doing 17.
Correct. I'm just gonna flip those on the agenda. We'll
Gotcha.
start with 17 and do 8. I was like, I know.
We all set? Yep. Okay. I'm going to talk for an extremely long time about Article A2, A3. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sections down on that first page. When we initially pushed this across the table, we started at 12 college credits. You countered with 3, and we are returning it to you with 6 college credits. And NC. Drew that out as far as I could.
That's the only change in the rest of it is just to bargaining
Correct.
member, right? So, and you go through each one of those.
Yes, but we'll be here till 9.
Thank you.
Yeah, are there any questions about 17? Thanks. Okay, the next one is 8. Okay, so Article 8, bargaining unit member rights and responsibilities. Everything in A1 is just bargaining unit member, that switch over. So come down to 2. This is that section where we were kind of back and forth playing with the POA. So what we are coming to with this time is instead of plan of assistance, plan for improvement, which we thought captured both teams' intent for that plan. So it would be called a PFI. And that's consistent in A, B, 2, A, B, and C. In 2C, we have accepted the language. They have previously been on a plan of assistance, but we're adding in, just to be clear, that this provision does not apply to members who were on plans of improvement within the past 6 academic years regarding the same performance issue, which was something that also was brought up as a point that you guys were trying to make clear for your team. Excuse me, if the issue was more than 6 years old, not within those 6 years.
Okay.
Beyond the 6 years.
That-
We
that's
came out with that
yeah.
language, trying to make it clear to our team too, so that's the intent. 3 and 5, the rest of that page is just bargaining member unit changes. Page 2, evaluation of students, B. We added in the language just to clarify unavailable. That was the part about a grade change and an educator being sought out, if you will, to inform them of that grade change, and if they were unavailable. We're determining that unavailable would mean if the bargaining unit member does not respond to communication through district email within 1 week, that would deem them unavailable. And then the second sentence then after that, within 2 weeks, we're changing that from within 1 week to now read within 2 weeks of overwriting a student's grade, the administrator shall notify the bargaining unit member of the change in writing. We are reasserting the word in writing. For C, adverse criticism, a couple of those bargaining unit member changes as well. We're in mutual agreement of any criticism by the member supervisor or administrator of a bargaining unit member's performance will be delivered in private. We are just adding our mutual understanding of that this shall not be construed as excluding representatives of the association. The rest of page 2, bargaining unit members, down to academic freedom, that then goes on to page 3. Our members need to be treated like the professionals that they are. They make decisions every day to adjust curriculum, activities, assessments, timing of their lessons, etc., to meet the students where they're at. Increasing the confines of educators' discretion about their classroom does not serve our students. We don't run cookie cutter schools or programs, and we need to be able to make sure that educators have the ability to make decisions for their students where they're at. And your language limits that ability to meet our students' needs.
Can I ask you a question on that one?
Yep.
Is it your belief that the language that currently exists, if the board passed a particular policy, would give somebody license to refuse to adhere to the board policy?
We will discuss that question in caucus and we'll get back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to be taking you through the rest of the article. Beginning with E, protection of bargaining unit members, students, and property. We have retitled E1 to physical intervention, which I think you also had. Let's see here. We've accepted your physically intervene. We've accepted prevent. However, we felt like there was some useful nuance in including quelling a disturbance. So not only preventing the disturbance from happening, but also if something should happen, you can quell it. It may sound like splitting hairs, but things can get interesting in classrooms, as we all know. Let's see here, what else? That's it for that. Two. Right, looking at 3, I have some, sort of tried to retool, but reassert some of the concepts we had in our previous proposals. Let's see, I'll just go through this. The district shall reimburse bargaining unit members for the reasonable cost of any clothing or other personal property damaged or destroyed as a direct result of actions taken against. We went with action taken against rather than an assault because it does not reflect the lived experiences of our educators in Beaverton schools. Assault implies intent. Educators come to harm and see damage to themselves and their personal property, often where no intent is meant, and we would not want to construe it as such. We think that that's too narrow a parameter to apply, given what our teachers are facing, and our educators are facing, and our staff are facing on a day-to-day basis. Going down.
Can I ask a quick?
Oh, yeah, please, yes.
Just number 3 you renamed though, right? Because it says property damage and harmful acts.
Previously, yeah. Yeah, you did say that. Yeah. Other acts of destruction, yes. All right, going down but we hear you. And we appreciated the discussion about well, what about accidents? You know, kids trip and fall, paint spills, stuff happens. It's a school. We hear you. This is our attempt to answer that. This language shall apply to destructive acts undertaken in a state of dysregulation, regardless of intent. This language shall not be construed as pertaining to accidental damage from students. We hear you. Things happen. We're trying to meet you halfway. All right, 4. Recording and reporting harmful acts. Again, we have resorted to some gymnastics to avoid the word assault, but we feel it's important. Harm against their person or deliberate property damage is what we went with. Going down to B. And we appreciate what was said in 9 today, which if I understand it was you coming toward us and hearing, yes, we need better coordination and sharing of information at the work site. We agree, absolutely. That doesn't go far enough. Supports at the district, at the building level only goes so far. Even the best team with the best coordination with the best administrator needs to be in coordination with the larger district because certain decisions about the levels and nature of support must be and should be systemic. And we have said, and we really want to know what's happening and also tracking what's working, what's not working. Wouldn't a global view, wouldn't a systemic view better enable us to understand and to compare what is working in some schools, what's not? Acknowledging that schools are different, situations are different. The data would be useful to have, would it not? And so we've also said, we've defined what the fields are. I think that was something you guys brought up last time, like what field would it even include? Pretty much. We also said, because there were some concerns about consistency of use and how good and how worthwhile would the data be anyway, given how differently people may interpret it, apply it, all valid questions. We've answered that with annual PD print because you're right. It's only worth collecting data if it's meaningful. So that being said, behavior is communication. I'm really wondering what you're communicating to us about your care and concern for students if you don't want to hear what they're saying in a systemic way. So, going on. Lots of bargaining unit member changes. 3, or let's see, go to 5, paragraph 3. This is a change we picked up in a couple places. It's immediate supervisor. It's not always the principal who will be included, so we think immediate supervisor is helpful in clarifying. Going down to resignation, we've accepted at the district's discretion. We think that's helpful clarification. Non-discrimination. We have rejected the striking, the added language, and reasserted the striking of grievances filed under this section. And we have And we want to reiterate our reasons for this. We hear you that there are a lot of legal avenues to seek redress, and those are wonderful and good and bad. But timeliness, efficiency, and cost matter. When we think about the parties who are most likely to bring forward discriminatory charges, they may often be the people with least access to expensive counsel or the time to navigate labyrinthine governmental processes. The contract is fast, comparatively faster. It is no cost to the member, and if we care about equity, we care about justice, we care about hearing our employees, this truly ensures that this can be heard. They can be heard in a meaningful and immediate way. Physical environment, 1. We have accepted the district will comply with state and federal laws. We think that's good. Going down to the end of that paragraph, the district shall apprise the site administrator who will in turn communicate with the affected members within 2 weeks of the member's report and every 2 weeks thereafter until a resolution is reached. We heard you last time where you're like, but what if I have nothing to say? What if the update is there's no update? I want to reassure you that would be a welcome communication. Members just want communication. They want to hear something, especially if they're concerned about safety at their workplace. Knowing that their administrator is still on it has a profound emotional impact. But it's okay that it's light on content. Okay, going down along those lines to the last paragraph, we think that the bargaining unit member who brought the concern forward, all staff that work in a location, and the association need to find out when environmental, let's see here, to find results of any study commissioned by the district. It shouldn't be just the person who complied. Everyone needs to know. Everyone needs that information. We have returned our physical environment, some of the actual safety conditions listed from our original proposal, but we have returned a more modest version of it. We have retained when temperatures reach below 60 degrees Fahrenheit, or the heat index reaches about 80 degrees Fahrenheit. In the work setting, the following shall occur. One clarification we added was to spell out what mitigation might be. So we've included for air conditioning and heating units and fans. We're looking for mitigation. We're not looking necessarily to cancel school or alternatively locate. We want help. We want mitigation. So we thought that might be quite nice. And then we restored our original C. K, we've accepted your language. So yeah, we've accepted that. Personal life. I think that we've had some discussion about this last time about this being potentially redundant language because we had worked so hard and so collaboratively on the complaint process. My only counter to that would be like, well, then there's no harm spelling it out here. I mean, think about the comfort that it would give to members who are facing, especially new employees to the district who have maybe coming to us for more hostile working conditions and hostile districts. How wonderful it would be to know that they have in writing that their personal life is none of the district business unless it interferes with their contractual obligations. Finally, evaluation. We've returned to this language. We think that having it's sort of a theme for me today, but having clear, consistent, and systematic practices across the district are good for everyone. And just having this here in an easy to access place where all members know what the baseline is for what they can expect for evaluation, that's just common sense. A lot of information to digest all at once, so please hit me with any questions you have.
Sorry, I'm just walking back through it to see if I had anything.
I have a question
Yeah,
for
please.
Ray. And I don't remember if you addressed it last time. I don't have my notes. It says the bargaining unit member will inform risk management and their administrator about conditions and writing. Why not just their administrator? If I'm putting myself in risk management shoes, why do I imagine all the email for this just one administrator or?
I think it just makes for more efficient communication because I think the administrator will then probably go to risk management immediately, right?
Typically, we go immediately. Like if somebody comes in and says, my room's really hot, the kids are uncomfortable, I'm uncomfortable, or the other way around. We go right away, we start this meeting. I'm just curious why we wouldn't.
That's helpful and interesting information. We'll caucus about it. Thank you.
Other questions from district folks? I don't have any right off the top of my head. Certainly might after we have a chance to talk this, but thank you for walking us through that.
Yeah, of course. Thanks.
So that concludes what we have to present at this time.
Okay.
So the next step would be to go into caucus. I'm going to propose, we always propose 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and we always go over. So I'm just gonna say, why don't we just start with an hour? And if for some reason we finish a little early, I'll let you know and say, hey, we could be ready, but why don't we just start with an hour to be realistic?
Sounds great.
Okay,
Thank you.
unless, sorry, Janine, I know that you said that you guys needed to caucus about 10 before you presented, unless you want a quick caucus for 10 and then we come back and go into a longer caucus, we'd be open to that too.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I may do that.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Okay.
Quick caucus, you just let us know when you're ready. We'll be here. Thank you.
And again, this is both a counter and an initial proposal. This is the first pass that we've had on Article 10 from our side. And I also appreciate the time given us. This is a difficult article, I'll admit, for us to work through. There's a lot going on in this article, and it's one that has been bargained heavily over the years in every contract. And so it's not an easy article to bargain over. I mean, we got time as a finite resource that we're trying to allocate and have multiple uses for. And so I'll admit our team has difficulty going through this article and trying to find solutions. So we're going to try and talk to you about the particular changes we made and pieces that we didn't pick up on your proposal. But again, it's not an easy article to work with. Every contract has an Article 10. Some places it's Article, I burns my brain. Some places it's Article 24, some place, but everybody's got an Article 10. We start, and I'm referring back to your proposal as we are working our way through this. There's a large number of change from employees to bargaining unit members that I believe that we picked up. So I'm not going to hit on all of those. If we missed one, then you'll let us know. But that's, I believe, everything in section 8.3. We did not pick up your proposed change there. I mean, it frankly is a cost factor. As we're looking at the contract globally, and we know that, obviously salary and insurance are our primary cost drivers. As we add costs in other areas of the contract, we're trying to be really aware of that, because each place that we add cost, it may feel like a less significant in and of itself. But as we're adding those together, it's going to make it more difficult for us to come to agreement on kind of the core economic items. So this would be an example of a cost piece that we haven't added into that equation. So we proposed current contract language on 8.3 other than the switch over to bargaining unit members. 8.4 talking about providing notice about what those activities are going to be. We've proposed different language, and you had proposed no later than September 30th. And I think some folks on our team were going to talk about what kind of challenge that would provide.
Yeah, I'd say at least at the high school level, I have multiple committees or groups that help me develop events and calendar them, and those usually don't really get up and running. No, we can do some of it even the year prior, but a lot of that happens early in the fall. So a September 30 deadline would sort of eliminate any chance of those collaborative efforts. Also, I mean, just there's other things that come to my mind. Aloha High School has been under construction for 2 years. That forced multiple changes that were beyond my control, anyone's control in planned events. So again, a September 30 deadline seems really difficult, at least in my past few years' experiences.
I also wanted to say that I think it's super important to give ample notice when either changes occur or when a new event is going to happen. So we wanted to make sure that that was alive in the contract, because it's super important for people to plan their life journey and find everything that happens. As far as experiences that I've had, we at our school at Meadow Park are really responsive to things that happen in our community and things that happen within our students' dynamics. And sometimes we feel like, let's do this, let's be radical, let's think outside the box and create something for our families to address a specific situation. We give ample notice, we work with staff that can't make it, because that always happens and it's okay. But ultimately we're adding things to the calendar to be responsive to our community and our students.
So what you see there, again, I think was just talked about some language that does recognize that as much notice as can be given will be given, and then a reflection of the fact that people may have conflicts, may have schedule conflicts, and they need to work with administrators on those. 8.5, your language, I think, was bargaining unit members are not required to supervise students prior to posted times, which we then, I think, took to mean student times, not staff reporting times. I mean, we clearly, what we've added here is fairly obvious that before posted staff start times. Nobody's expected to render that type of supervision, but the idea of not having that supervision after the staff started the day, but before the students started the instructional day is a difficult one, mostly from a safety standpoint, but also just a pure supervision standpoint. And again, I think we had some folks that were going to maybe talk a little bit about that. I don't remember who.
If I could just jump in. Yeah, it would, there are times where we have actual like assigned duties rather than some staff doing one thing rather than another thing. This would eliminate the ability to make that as one of the elements that staff could be doing, you know, after their contractual day starts, but before students, you know, go to class.
Yeah, I think that just reiterating that supervision is really important to middle school. Things arise in the hallway, oftentimes as soon as we open the doors that we know that what deters is an adult presence. It will deter possible issues with student management, conflicts and things like that. So really for us is once the doors are open for students to come in, increased level of supervision is important and we need staff members to be engaged in that. I think it's also important to engage our staff in how that can look like, depending on your building, and that's something that we engage in at least at Meadow Park.
Thanks. We also have a proposal there that right now it says employees may make reasonable adjustments to their daily or weekly schedule. We are hoping to have a back and forth with the administrator. So we've proposed approval from their supervisor. We feel like there maybe things that need to be happening at the beginning or ending of days. And so having that confidence of when people will be in the building is important. That's the same change really in 6 as well. Plan time, we move on to section B. Plan time is particularly challenging for us. You have a unique plan time set up in Beaverton. If you compare it to what happens in other school districts, you have a slightly different definition of plan time, but then significantly more as far as 675 minutes. Other places I bargain, I hear a lot about that, we need more plan time. Beaverton has 675 minutes. I think it's held up as an example of a place where there is a greater amount of plan time, recognizing that your plan time can be used for different purposes as well. And planning time is one of those where I think right now, what we hear from administrators is a struggle to make sure it's being met right now. And so expansion of that is pretty problematic from our standpoint because it already feels like a difficulty in meeting what's in the contract right now. So what we are for the most part proposing current contract language on plan time. We have the changeover from employees to bargaining unit members in a number of places, but otherwise really are just looking to maintain what we have in the contract right now, which we feel like, again, comparatively speaking, is more plan time than many places. And more than that, though, it's the difficulty of adding any more plan time that would cause. I don't know if there was, yes, there. We had a proposed change in ours on travel. And that appears at the bottom of page 2 and number 10. Matt, can you talk about that one? I think that was an issue that you were talking about in our office.
Right, just that if, I actually share a staff member with another school this year, so just been working with that to not allow travel time to cut into a staff member's plan time. So trying to acknowledge that, number one, we want to avoid that. Number two, if travel ever, the time to travel ever was to drop a bargaining unit member's plan time below the contractual time, then we would be obligated to for compensation there. That's different than also it speaks to the mileage piece, which we already do, and I think we're just stating here again that we would continue to do.
Moving to the top of page 3. And so where you get to numbers 12 and 13, that's probably the piece that we have spent the most time having conversation about, because honestly, we're not really sure exactly where to go with this piece right now. I think our conversations have been about the kind of repurpose or repackage what right now is a combination of 1 staff, 2 committee meetings, and kind of a differentiation across the district about how those 2 committee meetings are being used. Some places they're not really even being used as committee meetings, it sounds like. We thought of a number of different labels to put on that. We're not proposing to increase the total number of meetings. We're proposing to keep it at 3. But as far as that breakdown of staff and committee meetings, that's the part that's causing us some difficulty. So actually hoping that some folks on our team can talk about why that's become kind of difficult for us.
Well, we certainly have talked about the term just committee meeting itself can be really problematic. Schools use those times for lots of reasons that I would propose is far more important than one might think is traditional committee time. I'm speaking very deliberately around staff collaboration time or staff, learning something, PD kind of appeal to it rather than a traditional committee. So again, I don't think we don't have any super clear recommendation around language. It's more acknowledging that I think everyone's felt like those terms have been fuzzy, maybe not on the mark. I don't want to babble about it, but it's something we're not sure we're capturing the thoughts right.
And it's tricky because some of our committees are required, like the safety committee is a required entity in our in all buildings, and whereas the social committee is not. And so how do we balance and reconcile who serves on what committee and how many choices are there that really work for teacher schedules? So just trying to figure out if that's the right term.
I think I will just add that those of you who were on the bargaining team last time and maybe many in the audience just from knowing your contract will remember that we used to have 2 hours of staff, all staff meeting time, admin directed, and 2 hours of the committee. And it was in our last negotiation that we reduced it from 4 to 3. And the way we did that was to reduce the staff meeting hours from 2 to 1. And the feedback we've gotten from principals is that is difficult sometimes, things they need to work with their staff on. And so what we're trying to do, and it may be inelegant, but we're trying to keep the 3 meetings, but allow some flexibility about whether they're going to be committee or staff, and then provide greater detail later. But for right now, for the contract, just to try to get language in there that establishes that we are still 3 hours. It's just that there may be some flexibility between how the breakdown is between staff meetings and committee meetings.
Thanks. That would move us to section C. We miss a part. Section C, you had proposed a fair amount of language on class size limits and caseload limits. I mean, clearly this is a topic that's being bargained statewide. It's come up at almost every bargaining table I've been at. It's a significant issue. I think our challenges with it are not necessarily with the idea that smaller class sizes are better. I don't think there's a philosophical disagreement there. I think our issue with including what I will call hard caps that especially hard caps that could not be exceeded even with some form of compensation, is that the consequences of that would be significant for the district. I think first of all, we have a very definite cost impact, and we are in the process of trying to figure out what that cost impact would be, but we want to make sure that it's accurate, and Mike's not here today, so we'll be presenting that to you at a later time. But I think it will be significant when we kind of sort through it and figure out how many staff would need to be added. So cost factor very significant there. I think it also leaves no option in the event of a budget shortfall for a district other than to cut instructional days or cut the school year short. You would no longer have reduction in force as a lever, and that's reduction in force is the primary. It's not a good thing, but in a budget deficit, it's the primary budget balancing tool that a district has. And if you have hard caps, you clearly can't use reduction in force or you violate that portion of your contract. So if you have a significant deficit, your only real option would be to cut. I mean, you'd cut as many other things as you could, but to make meaningful savings, you would end up reducing the school year, and which I think is not from our perspective, not a good outcome. I think we also have concerns about the impact it would have on students being able to attend their neighborhood school. If you have hard caps and you're at that cap at a school and you have a family move in, then you can't exceed that cap. That student's going to have to go somewhere else in the district. So we don't view that as a desirable outcome either. So we see a lot of negative impacts that go along with philosophically a good proposition that having smaller class sizes and smaller caseloads clearly is beneficial, but it is dependent on resources and it is dependent on facility space. And honestly, with some of the positions, dependent on available applicants. And so it's pretty hard to contemplate adding those types of hard caps to the contract, which is why you don't see that language reflected there.
Brian, can I ask a really quick question?
Of course.
Sorry, before you go on.
Nope.
So based on all of what you just said around the phrasing of hard caps, am I hearing that you would be willing to counter something that addresses a soft cap?
And by that, do you mean a cap with an overage payment associated? I mean, again, I think you're going to have the question of what is the cost impact of that? That would be the primary question. So I think I know of 3 contracts in the state that have that, Portland Public probably being the most obvious example. So I know their cost impact associated with that, which has been fairly significant. Now that I say I know it, it's slipping my mind
Sure.
exactly what it is, but
I'm right in hearing that you would be willing to discuss some sort of soft cap in a counter.
I don't know that I want to be heard as saying that because
Okay.
I think the cost associated with that is still pretty significant.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good
There's
job.
one other piece with that concept that I think is relevant as well, is in districts where they have used what we're referring to as soft caps, sometimes that could impact our funding model that is equity-based and some of our schools that have lower class sizes because we have intentionally weighted the allocation, then it is the money for the soft caps ends up going to specific schools and not other schools. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. That was part of it.
A little murky, but
That was part of the debate in Portland was that the operation of their soft cap was such that it was primarily the more affluent schools that were producing more of those overage payments because of an equity staffing model. So, there was that debate that kind of went with that piece as well.
Thank you.
I think I have a question.
No, sorry. Yeah.
In C2, the response of the school class size committee made 4 concerns to the district via the principal to teaching and learning leadership to request support. What do you imagine like teaching and learning could do with this language versus what is currently happening or what is currently the process?
Yeah, thanks for that. I skipped over that. I'm going to defer to Susan.
I'm not 100% sure I'll answer the question you're posing, but I'll start by just saying we didn't think that it was a bad idea to be more specific than forwarding to the district, because the district is kind of an unspecific term. But your ad was to the superintendent, chief HR officer, and chief financial officer. So we talked a little bit about, would we recommend that's the right venue? And so we talked about how the school-wide class size committee is working with the principal. And so we kind of looked at the chain of command for the principal. The next probably be the executives, from teaching and learning, the supervised principals, the deputy superintendents of teaching and learning. We also talked a little bit about involvement on the staffing allocation methodology committee, and that does include leadership from teaching and learning, which that's a committee that often will look at enrollment pieces and how they play out with class sizes. So that was our thinking, in putting that it would be the teaching and learning leadership there. Does that help?
Sure.
Moving on
Sorry.
to.
There's
Okay.
so many questions that we have. Would you prefer that we save them all to the end, or do you want us
No.
to jump in?
No, however they come up. they
Okay,
come up.
so I
yeah.
have one to follow up on Julia's, and then I'm gonna take us back a couple to some previous ones.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was waiting. Who exactly would teaching and learning leadership be?
So currently, it would be the executive administrator for that school. We almost put that, and then we talked about titles, and over time, titles changing, and we thought it's a little more stable to say teaching and learning leadership, because then if something changes over time, you're not always tweaking for a title.
Okay, thank you. And then can I take us back to A3 really quick? And maybe I missed this, Brian, when you were explaining it. So in our initial proposal, we proposed striking the word unpaid, but maintained the word evening. In your guys' proposal, you did the opposite. Was that intentional? Did you talk about it and I missed it? You struck evening, but maintained the language of unpaid.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Suzanne. I did overlook that. So I
Okay.
think,
Thank you.
Susan, you have the.
I think our team, you want to speak to that?
Well, I was just thinking that sometimes those activities are on a Saturday. For example, we have a fifth grade teacher who's super committed to her Earth Connections Club, and instead of an evening, she does a day. So,
Sometimes I have graduations that start at noon as well.
Okay.
There's drama productions or band productions or choir productions.
Okay.
Thanks for catching that.
I also am going back in time, but also below the last one. So I'm at A4. Our proposal we passed on February 15th. Each school's yearly activity shall be scheduled after gathering staff input. The administration shall publish those dates in the school annual calendar, new language, no later than September 30th. Bargaining unit members shall not be required to attend events that are published on the calendar after this date. Thank you for sharing. And also in the discussion, I think there's a discrepancy around required versus you're able to hold an event that people can attend. And I want to highlight that discrepancy for discussion. I heard the feedback around September 30th being tricky. And I'm wondering, as we're working on a counter, is there a more reasonable, like, I don't know what a high school's culture is, and I hear those objections. And also, if there were to be, because the interest being, if we can draw a line around requirements. So if our members get to have notice by October 15th or whatever the date may be, and then they can know the required events for the remainder of the year, what is reasonable is part A of the question. And then part B is, if our language only requires that notice be given if the attendance is required of members, are we solving for a problem that the language doesn't actually create?
I think there's a little bit of maybe a difference in thought about required evenings. We are requiring staff to do 3 evening events or outside of workday events.
Sure.
But they get to choose what those are, except for the back to school night.
Okay.
So we don't, Jake was there anyway, we don't require folks to attend spring event or fall event. We let them choose, and we feel like that's a lot more. It gives voice and choice to their whatever they want to do. It also gives flexibility in their schedule. So we try to maintain a calendar that is as specific as we can at the very beginning. Like for example, there's a PTO fall event and there's a spring event. We know when those are. We know around when kinder orientation is going to be, which I have to leave for very soon. Those kinds of things. So we try to get those on the calendar as much as possible. But then, if fifth grade wants to do a science night, you say, okay, you do a science night.
Sure.
It's your choice, and it will count as one of the required evenings. So I hope that helps.
It does, and if the interest is as much as we have notice for members as possible, and that an event can only be required should it meet the advance notice, whatever is in the proposal. The stories that I heard were around these wonderful, beautiful events where folks are saying, we would like to invite families in for X, Y, Z. We would like to respond to a community need in this other way. And those are all lovely and wonderful. To my knowledge, from the stories that I heard, are not required events. And so they don't actually compete with the original proposal. I was just hoping to highlight that piece, because I don't know that there's disagreement as much as I thought there was.
Okay, that's something
Thanks for
for us to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have one more question around specifically B2. So I heard when you were addressing it, making any changes to plan time, that it was because it's a challenge to meet our plan time currently. Specifically in B2, what we see with that is that management is telling one specific group that their work is valued less than others. Therefore, they should be maintained having less plan time minutes than their colleagues. That's what we see.
You're talking about, there gets to be a number and discrepancy with strikeouts and so forth, but you're talking about the elementary specialists
Correct,
planning time.
correct.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if some folks on our team can talk a little bit about and we had specific conversation about that, like, can we equalize those? I think part of the difficulty was in arriving at or having the ability to provide the planning time kind of globally in the building, that would be difficult with that equalization. And I'm probably not doing that justice, so I'm hoping that maybe somebody can do better than me in that.
I'm glad we're talking about this before I have to leave, which is in moments. But yes, we use our specialists to make sure that our teachers get the plan time that they need. So the extra time in the morning without supervision, some of the tricky times in the day when the specialists are available, we use that for teachers to get their plan 10 minutes. And without that, we wouldn't be able to.
I appreciate that. I do want to point out for the record that our specialists are also teachers. They are also educators and fall underneath that. Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, we're in complete agreement there. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Liberty. Yeah.
I think we're done.
You want me to move
For now.
on?
Keep going, yeah, thank you. Sorry, thanks for the detour.
You can always jump in with questions.
Okay.
Sometimes I can't tell if you've got one or not. So just,
We
you know,
kind of bounce back and forth on the protocol, wait till the end for jump in, so
I don't
I'll
want
jump
to,
in.
just do however
you.
you want to do it. It's fine for me. I think we were starting on D, instructional hours.
Yeah.
D1, we did just a change from employees to bargaining unit members. D2, first we switched to bargaining unit members, but then as we read it, we agree with your language there, or your proposed deletion there. Merely because there shouldn't be schedules that are out of compliance with this agreement. So it seems unnecessary to say, what if there are? So I think we're both proposing to delete that section. No change in that next one down. And then we did not pick up a bargaining unit member
Yeah, I see that.
in 3. I don't know if that's one where it's more specific to classroom teachers. I don't know. It's talking about,
You're on D3.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I don't know. I'd probably want to have some conversations with our team on that one. Like, is it as possible to measure student contact minutes when we're talking about non-classroom teachers? And I don't know, maybe the answer is yes, but that's one I'd like to have some conversation on.
Okay.
We did not pick up your new proposed D4 for a couple of reasons. One, Joanna can help you with this one. It's my understanding that it would be in conflict with a new middle school schedule that's been in the works And there's been a significant amount of work.
Right, so right now, before we have six classes, courses. Teachers will be teaching with a new schedule.
Yeah. So that's a concern, obviously. And then there is also concern with, I think, having language specific to a given schedule in the contract. This language relies on that AD cycle, that, I think we are reluctant to put language that ties it to or specifies any particular schedule in the contract.
There's actually a variety of AD schedules, so it's a 5 in any and all, but these are very different amounts.
Let's see, curriculum workload. C1, you had on a yearly basis each school staff and administration. We did not add that, and honestly, Susan, I don't remember why we didn't add it into administration.
You said administrative.
So we felt like it was covered under that. I don't think there's disagreement about the content.
Yeah.
E2, we had a title change. I think Susan's already brought up sometimes the difficulty in having specific titles in the contracts. They seem to be changing frequently. No proposed changes, and then A or B for either party. Or I think that we there missed a bargaining unit members.
Yeah.
So we may have missed that in a couple of places. The 6, it looks like we also did. Seven is, again, one where I feel like we probably could have picked that one up. The district shall annually provide, it says information for members regarding their responsibilities. You had professional development. And Susan, can you help me on that one? I'm not recalling that. Surely, thank you.
We weren't really sure what the intention was regarding professional development, since we're already providing information regarding IDEA through at the beginning of the year, SPRNI for all certified special education staff. There also is a monthly newsletter. We have the spec handbook as well that is shared out at the beginning and that covers some of the compliance items, strategies, and also some of the best practices. So I think we just needed more information behind what is the professional development that.
I think that I'm going to take this question to caucus so that we can make sure that we have it clear, but I'm going to try something really quick. We believe that information and professional development are very different. So we'll come back with what types of professional development we were thinking, but I can tell you that right now that we do not believe that sharing of information is not the same as professional development.
Okay, thanks. You'll see that we propose a strike of 8, and I think it's some of the same rationale, as the D2, where, you need to say in D2 that if we have a schedule that's out of compliance, what are we going to do? Because we assume the contract's going to be followed. An 8 has always been an odd one to me in reviewing. We expect that we need to adhere to all portions of the contract. So it's odd that just with these specific pieces, we sign off that we're in compliance, because I think the assumption needs to be that all of our buildings are and need to be in compliance. So it's just an oddity in the contract. Article or section 9 there is just a change from professional educators to bargaining unit members, and then I note here that we missed the second one. So we'll try to keep working on catching all of those, and you guys did a pretty good job of identifying them.
We're keeping track of who's missed the most. Don't worry.
It's us.
I'm surprised at the end. So far, you guys are not in the running for it.
I will readily admit that we've missed by far, not even close. Okay. That's a lot to get through. I
Yeah.
appreciate your questions and I appreciate you, as we walked through there. Again, it's a difficult article and I know there's a lot of important topics
Yeah.
and things within that article. I think it's a challenge because time is the one thing we can't make more of, right? So it's hard, to find our balances in this article.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate getting this back. Now for the long caucus, maybe. An hour. Oh, hold on, I got, the post-it notes are coming. Oh, this one is good news. Dinner should be here any moment.
Yeah, all right.
There you go.
I'll agree with that.
Before we dive in,
Yeah.
Emily has it now that asked you about that.
Can we wait until we come back after our caucus so we have the collection?
Yes.
Yeah. So how does an hour sound
Great.
to you guys? Okay,
Yeah.
and then we'll let you know as soon as food here. Do we know if it's food that we're gonna be able to take out to them or will they come? We don't know. We'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
You know where to find them.
That one was the one.
We do have one question, if we could, while we're waiting for the copies and whatnot, to ask, just to clarify something that we heard in your guys's, Article 11.
Yeah, yes, surrounding PD, Veronica, when you were discussing the changes in like how our PD was gonna be split to provide, to allow for more PD, you referenced like hearing from folks that they wanted or needed like some very specific PD. I think the ones you mentioned were differentiation, scaffolding, data, SEL. And when you consider those, like, so outside the realm of content, science, reading, math, when you consider those as like possible topics and hearing that from people, I'm wondering what groups of people are you hearing that from?
I don't consider them outside of science reading and that they're part of, if that makes any sense. I think teachers just, teachers, whether I'm at, when I was at Stoller, or even now when I'm talking to coaches, whether it's academic coaches or student success coaches or school support specialists, those are needs in buildings, especially around data teams.
So would you say that the groups you're hearing it from are the academic coaches, the student success coaches, and
teachers.
So teachers are contacting you to let you know that
They're not contacting me per se, like sending me an email saying, Veronica, we need this. I'm saying that the general feel or comments, or when we discuss data in staff meetings, they would say that it'd be great if we had time for this or any of those things that I've described.
when you discuss data and staff meetings at school level or staff meetings with administrators?
In schools, at the school level.
Oh, okay, so in schools during their staff meetings and they're giving you the feedback
That's right.
that they would like that specific. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
We're gonna pass counter to 18, Appendix C. And it's late, so I think that's it. Am I forgetting one? That's all we're printing, so that's what we're getting.
Oh, okay.
No, those are it.
We're just bummed. Mike is missing that again.
We do this on purpose. We kind of track when Mike's gonna be here and it's not
You
here.
have y'all slip us his schedule, and when Mike's missing, then we can rate.
Perfect.
He requested.
Good to know someone's tracking them.
Yeah, can you give us your notes so we know?
Insider information.
It could be bargained.
You gave us 19 a couple of sessions ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We got a very mediocre joke here about asking for a raise.
Wow.
That's our prelude, eh?
Shady's face.
Perfect. What do you got?
It says, Phil walks into his boss's office one day and says, sir, I'll be honest with you. I know the economy isn't great, but I've got 3 companies after me, and I'd like to ask for a raise respectfully. After a few minutes of haggling, the boss finally agrees to give him a 5% raise, and he happily gets up to leave. By the way, the boss asks as Phil leaves his office, which 3 companies are after you? Phil replies, the electric company, water company.
Yeah, good call. Janine, do you want to talk about some housekeeping things or maybe the final things on the agenda? Thank you. Like next dates.
Our next
Sorry,
date,
that's not-
well, we have, May 30th set, right?
Yeah.
For 10 to 4 and then June 10th, 4 to 8.
Yes.
That's all I have.
And remind me, because I didn't put it on the agenda, May 30th is,
10 to 4.
location.
I think it's yours.
It's
the second I
here,
have.
right?
No.
I thought it was a district.
It's
Oh,
May
you're
30th,
right.
the district
The
office.
May 30th is ours, you're correct.
Okay,
10 to 4 is at the Beaver offices. And then on the 10th, from 4 to 8 is here.
got it.
Okay.
I had Rivers.
Sorry. Yes.
I'm probably saying a whole bunch this time, so.
There's that. Janine, maybe sometime before our next meeting on May 30th, you and I can discuss a timeline in the fall
Okay.
and what that might look like.
Sure.
We'll go ahead and start with 18, if that's okay. Thanks, Katie. I'm gonna rely on you guys to jump in case I missed something. I was trying to go through to make sure I put it. Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks.
Does everybody have a coffee? Okay. Sure. Thank you. Okay. Before you sneak down to the part that I know that you're the most interested in, I'm just gonna draw your attention to A5. Where we have the language of paid, whereas as part of the work year, teachers new to the profession hired on step 2 may be required to work 5 additional paid days. Prior to, we just wanted to make that clear. And then to the part that you're all waiting for. So our current proposal for our cost of living increase for year 1, which would be the 24-25 school year, would be a 9% COLA. And for year 2, which would be the 2025-2026 school year, would be a 7% COLA. And while it doesn't live in this article, we are still maintaining a 2-year contract.
Yeah.
Which is reflected in those COLAs. Everything else on this page is just the bargaining unit member change. As well as the next page. I'm gonna take you to D, outdoor school. We're putting back our initial proposal that, our members that are participating in outdoor school should be paid their hourly rates for the hours outside of their contractual school day for each of the sessions. Sorry, I just need notes when taken, so I'm trying to wait. Okay, the rest of that page is bargaining unit members. On the next page, F, elementary activities. Our initial proposal also had us striking through, I just want to make sure I'm right here. Yep, striking through all three of those. And then we just kind of reworded it. It's not significant. But in this proposal, it says examples of these activities include intramurals, choir, and clubs. We're just bringing that from 2. On G, extended worker specialist. Again, just a little cleanup of our intent. For number 2, counselors, 5 days guaranteed and up to an additional 5 days may be requested. And any portion of those 5 guaranteed days could be or may be used during the summer. For H, miscellaneous 3, substituting for colleagues, all of that is our original proposal. And then I believe, yes, on I, professional enhancement, we're accepting the strike through of all that language. For J, we're going back to just current contract language for nurses who earn 60 credit hours. And then N is also from our initial proposal. The parties shall form a task force to study and make recommendations regarding Appendix C. And when we mentioned that on our first proposal, we do acknowledge that that was something that was bargained in our last contract, but there are some things that need to be readdressed.
Any district, any questions? Thank you.
Yep. So then the next one is Appendix C. Yes.
Everybody got that one?
Yeah.
Excellent, here we go. So for Appendix C, 2 changes here. No change on the first page. On the second page, golly, gee, that formatting looks weird. That's right, because we wanted to add something there and we couldn't figure out a better way to do it. So here we are. We have had an MOU for a middle school memory book for the last few years. And so we wanted to just get that into Appendix C2. So you'll see it there in group F. And then there's an additional column on the back page with column F. And this just reflects the exact language that is in the MOU for the middle school memory book there. So we just want to get that in there so we don't have to keep signing an MOU for it every year. And then Bill, turn with me to the next page. So we have 1 and 2, which are unchanged, and we are adding a third provision there. District shall fund and pay out all extra pay per C3 for all bargaining unit members who perform the extended responsibility assignments listed in C1 and C2. It has come to our attention after bargaining this language last time around that the funding for certain positions is reliant upon building discretion, which means that certain schools are able to provide, for example, a high school color guard coach out of the buildings funds, and other people have to fundraise for that position. And it is leading to a lot of friction because essentially what's happening is that our students are having an experience that is being dictated by their zip code, right? So at some schools, it might be great. Here is all the money that you need for this great experience in winter percussion. And at another school, it's like, sorry, we don't have the funds for that. So hopefully the boosters can raise enough money to have that, or we're just not going to have that program because we're funding other things. So we think that it is imperative that if members are doing this work, if students are benefiting from this work, if these programs are running, they need to be funded, full stop. And that is appendix C.
So all of the language in 3 is new proposed language?
Yes, that number 3, that tiny sentence, that's the new bit there, right?
Not C.
Sorry, yes, thank you. Not appendix C3, just the number 3 at the end of C2.
Yeah.
The only thing that's new on C3, Ryan, is that column F, which is taken over from the MOU on the middle school memory book.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
That's my only question.
I have a question. You mentioned one example, color guard. Is there a list? Would there be a list provided on what would we be looking at? Some schools have it and some schools don't. Will this make us be required to have color guard? Like, so just a little bit more explanation on what you were envisioning.
What we would say, Joanna, what I have heard from our members is that they would like to offer something and they simply cannot because the building is refusing to give funds for those activities. So then they're turning to families, they're turning to communities and saying, okay, if we want to have this, we have to fundraise for it. So it's our position that if that activity if there's a member that is doing that work, that member needs to be paid. I'm not saying that it has to come out of building funds. I think it can be funded from wherever. But it is our position that if a member is doing that work at a program, then they should be compensated for
But
it.
if a member is not doing it, but rather proposing to do it, how would that play out according to the language? I think that's where I'm caught a little bit more on.
Totally understand your question, Jonah. I think we'll talk about that a little bit in caucus because I don't want to give you an answer just off the cuff. I want to be really thoughtful about that one, so we'll get an answer to you.
Yeah, I think that's where I think that's where things stop a little, right? Is when someone comes and says, I would like to have color guard. And then we might look at our budget and be like, I don't have the money for color guard, right? I don't see where. And then that's where I think it would present itself more often than not.
Okay, right. Thanks for that question.
Is your concern in part that some of your members are doing this work and not being compensated? I just want to be clear.
I would say, yes, I think there are members who are doing the work and not being compensated by DSD. So they are having to find compensation through other means.
Okay. And then I have another question, and it's about your language to form a study group for
Yes.
C1. So when we did the study for it last time, it was a significantly larger group than 6 members. So I'm wondering, since it is 6 members, I'm wondering the scope that you're interested in. Is this the same kind of complete look at everything, or is this a review of the work done to make adjustments? Or is it something different than either of those?
I think what our intention is, Susan had said, is more the latter.
Okay.
We have, a framework, and there are just some things that need to be adjusted in that framework, and that may include some additions. I don't want to preclude that from happening, but I don't think it's an entire reworking of the whole shebang.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add one more thing back to what I was talking about? What if there is someone doing color guard, right? That's a perfect example. And the person that's being paid is not a bargaining unit member, someone from the community that's coming and doing this work. And the money to pay them to do this work is coming from fundraisers.
It's a great question, Joan. I'm going to get back to you on that one for the
Did you have any other questions about 18 or Appendix C
I don't.
for us tonight? Okay, thanks for the additional 9 minutes so that we can get through those things.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And we will see you on May 30th.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.